We will start with the inaugural ceremony. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Icfai Tech, the Icfai University Jaipur, it is my immense pleasure to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each one of you present here today at the International Conference on Futuristic Aspects in Science and Engineering. This prestigious gathering is dedicated to integrating multidisciplinary domains and fostering collaborations across various fields. As Albert Einstein once said, the important thing is not to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existing. The spirit of curiosity and relentless pursuit of knowledge is what brings us together here today. ICFAI AC25 is a beacon of innovation and intellectual exchange, focusing on the latest developments in technology, including applications in mechanical sciences, computer science, electronics, applied sciences, and their interdisciplinary domains. It serves as a global platform for researchers, scientists, scholars, students, and industry professionals to present their current research and forge meaningful alliances with peers. Our goal is to unite minds from academia and industry, fostering a deeper understanding of modern engineering and applied sciences while encouraging groundbreaking collaborations. We are truly honored to have among us distinguished guest speakers, esteemed scholars, and professionals from around the world, all gathered with a shared commitment to pushing the frontiers of knowledge. This conference is not merely a convergence of ideas, but a celebration of intellectual pursuit and pioneering innovation. To begin this special event, let us extend a heartfelt welcome to our esteemed patron of the conference, Professor Dr. H.P. Singh, VSM, the Honorable President of the Icfai University, Jaipur. We are truly honored to have you grace this event with your presence, sir. It is a privilege to welcome Dr. S.S. Jain, Senior Advisor to the Icfai University, Jaipur, to this conference. It is my honor to welcome our esteemed keynote speaker for today's session, Dr. Mahesh Bundele, Principal and Director of Purnima College of Engineering, Jaipur. I'm also delighted to extend a warm welcome to Dr. R. Nesamurthy, Registrar of the Icfai University, Jaipur. I am equally pleased to welcome the organizing chair, Dr. A.K. Saini, Director, Icfai Tech, Dr. Shweta Jain, Director, IBS, Dr. Archana Rathore, Dean, IBS, Dr. Harish Kumar Verma, Dean, the Icfai School of Law, Dr. Shiv Kumar, Dean, Research, the Icfai University, Jaipur, Dr. Ganesh N. Sharma, Principal, the Icfai School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Dr. N. D. Jasuja, Joint Registrar, Dr. Pratima Soni, Associate Dean, the Icfai School of Law, and Mr. S. D. Bhaktani, Chief Finance and Accounts Officer, the Icfai University, Jaipur. To commence this auspicious occasion, we invite our esteemed dignitaries to join us for the traditional lamp lighting ceremony, symbolizing the pursuit of knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment. May this light inspire us all as we embark on this journey of insightful discussions and thought-provoking exchanges.
तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमां आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं.
Thank you, respected professors. As a mark of our deep appreciation and respect, we are delighted to extend floral welcome to our esteemed guests. This gesture serves as a symbol of our gratitude for their presence and their invaluable contributions to ICFAISE 2025. Their insights and leadership play a vital role in enriching our academic and research endeavors. I now invite Dr. Rana Mukherjee, Associate Professor, Icfai Tech, and Dr. Archana Rathore, Dean IBS, to present a bouquet to the esteemed patron of this conference, Professor Dr. H.P. Singh, VSM, Honorable President of the Icfai University, Jaipur. Now I request Mr. Sarvesh Kumar, Assistant Professor and one of the conveners of the conference, and Dr. Harish Kumar Verma, Dean, the Icfai School of Law, to present a bouquet to our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Mahesh Bundele, Principal and Director of Purnima College of Engineering, Jaipur. I invite Dr. Raj Kumar Chaurasia, Head Basic Sciences, Icfai Tech, and Dr. Shiv Kumar, Dean Research, the Icfai University, Jaipur, to present a bouquet to Dr. S.S. Jain, Senior Advisor to the Icfai University, Jaipur. I would now request Dr. Pramod Kumar Arya, Head Mechanical Engineering, Icfai Tech, and Dr. Ganesh N. Sharma, Principal, the Icfai School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, to present a bouquet to Dr. R. Nesamurthy, Registrar of the Icfai University, Jaipur. Let us all join together in applauding and warmly welcoming our honored guests as we express our sincere gratitude for their presence here today. Now it is my privilege to invite the Executive Chair of the conference, Dr. Subhash Sharma, to the stage. Dr. Sharma has been instrumental in guiding this conference toward excellence since its inception. He will now provide a brief introduction to the conference theme, setting the stage for what promises to be an enriching and thought-provoking event. We eagerly look forward to his insights on the significance of the international conference in advancing research, collaboration, and innovation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Datta. Good morning, one and all present here. Ladies and gentlemen, the philosopher Dean William Ing once said, "The aim of education is the knowledge, not of fact, but of values." It is an occasion like this we get opportunity to test our knowledge and understanding. We look forward to get an exposure about what the best of the brains think about this very dynamic issue of futuristic aspects in science and engineering. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to welcome you all to this inaugural ceremony of the two-day international conference on futuristic aspects in science and engineering on behalf of the Icfai University, Jaipur. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for joining us in this gathering of brilliant minds dedicated to advancing science and engineering for a better future. I'm profusely elated to take an opportunity to welcome the chief guest in this opening ceremony, Professor Dr. H.P. Singh, VSM, Honorable President of the University. His remarkable contributions and expertise in the field of academic have inspired many, and we eagerly look forward to his insight. Professor Singh believes in a holistic development of students and therefore keep on motivating the young buddies to explore and enhance their abilities and skills to survive in the industries well. His motivation and attributes inspire all of us to go uniquely in the field of education and attain heights to an event like this. We are equally honored to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Mahesh Bundele, Principal and Director, Purnima College of Engineering, Jaipur, whose groundbreaking work in the field of sciences and cutting-edge research continues to shape the scientific landscape. We extend a heartfelt welcome to Dr. S.S. Jensar, Senior Advisor of the University, who is good enough to provide us his abundance of guidance and help us as and when required. We welcome Dr. R. Nesamurthy, Registrar of the University, a very humble and down-to-earth personality. I extend a warm welcome to Professor A.K. Seni, Conference Chair and Director Icfai Tech, the Icfai University, a mastermind behind this mega event who dreamt to organize a qualitative event where the best of mind discuss on the new avenues on the theme and bring positive results. And today we all are witnessing the dream come true in this forum. I extend my warm welcome to all the heads of the schools, administrative officials, distinguished guests, eminent scholars, faculty colleagues, and all participants in the international conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of its annual academic event exploring how the very idea of science and engineering could be effectively utilized in teaching, learning, and educational fraternity. This international conference adopts timely themes which help transforming educational practices with newly added areas. Technology has penetrated into virtually all areas of operations of education and entwined with educational practices. To effectively benefit from the technology applications, it is essential that educational professionals set themselves ready for transforming their practices and keep identifying effective ways for transformations in their context. If you take a look at the conference program, you will agree that this conference is going to be very productive. There is a lot to offer for a two-day event. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the conference organizing committee for their diligent work. I would like to thank participants, especially those who are joining from across the country and abroad and sharing their valuable experiences and ideas. It is essential to bring together experts in the field of science and engineering in education so that we can realize together that potential of science and engineering culture for education. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference serves as a platform for researchers, academicians, and industry professionals from across the globe to share their knowledge, discuss innovative ideas, and explore the latest technological advancement that will shape the future of science and engineering. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in insightful discussions, thought-provoking sessions, and collaborative opportunities that will drive innovation and excellence in our respective fields. This international conference, ICFAISE 2025, focuses on integrating multidisciplinary domains and aims to cover the latest developments in science and technology, including applications in the field of mechanical science, computer science, electronic, applied sciences, and their interdisciplinary domains. It is my hope that this event would be able to achieve its objective in providing an effective forum for academicians, researchers, and practitioners to advancing knowledge, research, and technology for humanity. It is pleasing to note that the agenda of this conference covers a wide range of interesting topics related to the theoretical and practical aspects, but not limited to mathematical science, physics, and physics science and engineering, chemical sciences and engineering, petroleum engineering, mechanical and industrial engineering, civil and structural engineering, architecture and planning, electrical and computer engineering, computer sciences in information system. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm thrilled to apprise you all that we have received an overwhelming response from across the globe. In totality, we have received more than 355 research papers from more than 130 different universities and institutions across the globe. Based on the reviewers' feedback on quality, we have included 244 research papers for this conference. These research papers we have received from different arenas of the countries, best institutions like IITs, NITs, NITTRs, VITs, etc. I wish you a very productive conference with exciting and encouraging discussions and exchange of knowledge so that together we can anticipate a future of groundbreaking knowledge, research, and technology for humanity. The good thing of this conference is this, that we have more than 60 research papers from students community. As I told you already, the Honorable President keep on motivating the student fraternity. And today we are witnessing in this forum that more of the audience are from students fraternity. So can we have a big round of applause? The young minds, and especially when the expertise are there who will guide them well, and they will definitely register something in the forum of research and new practices. They will definitely present their papers in the form of posters and papers in more than 10 parallel sessions online and offline mode. Other than this, we have invited talk, poster presentations online and offline, and experts are from different arenas, from different countries, and of course from the very country, India. And for that, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee and all the participants who have worked tirelessly to give a positive shape where the excellent minds of young buddies may discuss their innovation and research at length and simultaneously may get an opportunity to listen to the most prolific and flourished minds in the forum of experts talks here, which I am sure that we all will definitely be benefited. With this, I once again welcome you all and look forward to an enlightening and productive conference ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful introduction to the conference. Your words have beautifully laid the stage for insightful discussions and meaningful exchanges in the conference, highlighting the significance of research, collaboration, and innovation in shaping the future, and also the participants of the student community. It is now time for the much awaited release of the abstract book of ICFAISE 2025, a compilation of groundbreaking research contributions from scholars and experts across various disciplines. This publication serves as a testament to the spirit of innovation and intellectual exchange that defines our conference. I invite our esteemed patron, Professor Dr. H.P. Singh VSM, Honorable President of the Icfai University, Jaipur, our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Mahesh Bundele, Dr. S.S. Jain, Dr. A.K. Saini, Director, Icfai Tech and Organizing Chair of the conference, Dr. Vijay K. Vyas, and Mr. Sarvesh Kumar, conveners of the conference, to formally unveil the abstract book and mark this significant moment. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is my great honor to invite the guiding force behind this conference, the esteemed patron, Professor Dr. H.P. Singh VSM, Honorable President of the Icfai University, Jaipur. a distinguished leader in the defense services, academia, and institutional leadership for the presidential address. An alumnus of IIT Kharagpur, he served in the Indian Navy for 31 long years, rising to the rank of Commodore and receiving the Vishisht Seva Medal for his exemplary service. Transitioning to education, he has held key leadership roles, including CEO of the Poddar Group, Pro-Vice Chancellor at Suresh Gyan Vihar, and Vice Chancellor of the Icfai University, Himachal Pradesh. A fellow of the Institution of Engineers and a respected academician, we are absolutely privileged to have him here today. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. H.P. Singh, VSM, for the presidential address.
Mrs. Jain, Senior Advisor, the Icfai University, Jaipur, Mahesh Bundeli, Rector and Principal, Purnima College of Engineering, Dr. R. Nesamur, of the Icfai Tech School, as friends, class, in committee, all deans, principals, head faculty, all invitees from various universities, all participants, all researchers, industry experts, students, those who are participating and who are attending now, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and namaskar. It's a great privilege and honor for me to stand and address you about the 2 days conference, international conference on sciences and engineering, futuristic aspects of sciences. All of us know, every day we find something new happening. The technology today is not only evolving, it is revolutionizing our way of living, the way we live, the way we work, the way we transact. All is affected by the technology. You see, the technology in earlier used to see it used to take a lot of time for maturity. There will be a kind of curve. You'll get into conception stage, development stage, trial stage, and then it'll come to the beta version, and then you come to market and all. Now it doesn't take much of time, especially in case of the computer sciences and all. Time for the technology to ripe and to be available for usage is not really much. It comes quickly. Be it done in US or be it done anywhere else. Anything which is proven on computer sciences, it comes to market immediately, and you come to know the effect. So you find that the technology is impacting our lives, our professional lives, our personal lives, a lot, and all of us know we are completely seized of the issue. Now, one is technology, other one is, let's say, sciences and engineering. There are two disciplines. One is engineering. Other one is science like physics, chemistry, mathematics, whatever. So if you collaborate, if them put them together, then it helps in solving the problems of society. Any problem you look at the society, whether it's a climate change or environmental problem, they are not single dimensional problems. They are not single discipline. They are multi-directional, multidisciplinary, and we need to have the combined effort of various domains that includes sciences, engineering. So you take physics and AI. You take mathematics and AI. It's not alone AI. AI has got all the domains. AI has got, you got the economics, you got statistics, you got mathematics. All of them are part of solutions today. So if you to solve any problem, whether in the university or in the society, it has to be multidisciplinary. So I'm very happy to note that the seminar which has been conducted is on sciences and engineering and not sciences alone. I would like to compliment the Icfai Tech School organizing committee for conceiving of this topic on sciences and engineering and inviting specialists in the domains to come and discuss for 2 days. And as was just mentioned, there are about 350 research papers which have come from the top of the institutions, Central University, IITs, NITs, IIT. There are about 5 papers from international writers, making it total 134 papers. 21 tracks are going to be there. So it's going to benefit all those people who are participating. And I'm sure the proceedings, which are going to be a scopus kind of proceedings, will benefit a lot to everyone that who goes through the proceedings of it. I'm sure all of you are proud of the fact that if a country has to develop, they may need to be strong at technology and sciences. Without technology on our part, you'd find that our progress will not be complete. It is not possible. I want to tell you certain examples. Personal examples are like in the defense forces, whether the Navy or the Army or the Air Force, earlier we used to depend on Russia or UK for our hardware. For example, we had ships, Russian ships, very strong ships, very, very strong ships, with all missiles fitted in them, surface to air, surface to surface, torpedoes for the submarines. But what used to happen, that if something went wrong with the system, for example, your missile system packed, it is not working, it is defective. Who will repair it? You cannot repair, you can't touch it. You have to get those Russians to repair it. Your system will not work until those specialists come, correct it, make it right, and then you can use it. Look at the kind of dependence we had on others. Look at the kind of limitation we had. Could you fight a war where your systems are down? When you had to depend on others to set your systems right. Gone are the days now. You've seen a month ago, we had commissioned 3 ships, advanced ships, in country, made in our own country, totally indigenously built. And that is a kind of technological superiority we have got in our country. And that is what is needed. It is extremely important that we need that kind of thing. I was on a ship called Virat, aircraft carrier. An aircraft carrier is a huge ship, big ship, which goes into the sea. But its power is not on its being a ship. Its power is giving a landing platform for the fighting aircraft. So if the aircraft carrier goes to a sea, let's say 400 miles into it, the fighter aircraft can take off from the, from the deck, go beyond 400 kilometers, drop bomb and come back to the ship. That's the power of the aircraft carrier. Now we had aircraft carrier from UK. So Virat was from United Kingdom. It had a system, very small system, called latitude longitude indicator. It gives you latitude and longitude. So when a fighter aircraft lands on the ship, it has to see that latitude, longitude, align its system with that and land. So if the lat long is not working, the fighter aircraft cannot land smoothly. Very, very difficult. So we had an issue where lat long indicator stopped working. Now what do? How about landing the aircraft? So for some time, the aircrafts were laid off. They were not working. We went to UK. They said, no, we have stopped productionizing this facility. We don't have any spare part. We went into now redesigning the circuit. Now you need to ensure that your kit has to fit into that frame only, fit and functionality. So we worked innovatively and we prepared a circuit in 2-3 months' time, and the Bharat Electronics is the PSU of defense. Productionize it, put it in place, and we started using. We have to reduce the dependence of technology on others. All of you know about ISRO. Aryabhatta we started well, but then there was a big problem of cryogenic engines. We didn't have cryogenic engines. And we were looking at the engines, we didn't get it. Finally, by 2012, we made our own cryogenic engines. And today, where is ISRO? You can look at it. We launch satellites for other countries. People come to us for pigging back their satellites, for launching the satellites, because we can launch them economically. So now that the country is developing a lot on technology, we are becoming self-dependent, self-reliant. That is why Atmanirbhar Bharat is extremely important. Universities are the place for creation of knowledge. Do not run after ChatGPT. In some countries, they have already banned Australia to start with, because it will kill your creativity. It will not let you think creatively. You will start using intelligence of ChatGPT and not yours. And that will kill the. So if you have to retain our creativity and you have to do well in the universities, we need to think originally. We need to encourage research into our university, original. And that is what is very, very important for the universities too. And that's why we keep saying that we need to do a lot of innovation and research in our university. I'm very happy that the students are there. I think there's a larger number of students. Can I know how many students are from Purnima? Can you raise your hands, please? Students? No? I thought they will. How many students outside this university? Where are you from? Which? Okay. Good to see a lot of students coming and participating in it. So the 2 days conference that we are going to have, it's a multidisciplinary thing. It's a collaborative approach. And I'm sure the student community, as also those who are participating, are going to benefit immensely. But that's the basic idea. Basic idea is to have these conferences to bring in a lot of new ideas, discuss them threadbare, look ahead as to what can be done about it, and note, and just to see that the papers are proper. I'm sure the Tech School, the organizing committee, had a tough job in selecting and reviewing the papers which come from the top of the institutions. Every author is looking forward to publishing in the Scopus Journal. I'm sure the organizing committee had a Herculean task to select the best and then choose only 120. I think it's going to be a great exercise. We are going to be part of it. All of us are going to be part of it. I wish you all the very best. I'm sure all of you will be free and spread the knowledge and talk about originality and not copied ideas and shared GPT ideas and being thrown here just to pass time. Don't do it. Let's talk about the original research and I'm sure it'll be a worthwhile exercise. All of you will get benefited, and when you go, you'll all feel happy that you've been part of the Icfai University's event. My best wishes to organizing committee and Icfai Tech School for organizing this event and for the success of the. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and thought-provoking address. Your insights, drawn from an illustrious career, have laid the foundation for this conference for what promises to be an engaging and insightful one. We deeply appreciate your wisdom, leadership, and commitment to education and innovation. Once again, let us extend our heartfelt gratitude to Professor Dr. H.P. Singh, VSM, with a warm round of applause. Before we move on to the next segment, I emphasize to please refrain from using your mobile phones while we are in this session. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our great privilege now to welcome our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Mahesh Bundele, an accomplished academic leader with over 34 years of experience in teaching, research, and administration. Dr. Bundele is currently serving as the Principal and Director of Purnima College of Engineering, Jaipur, where he has been instrumental in driving quality enhancement and institutional growth. His leadership has led to the successful implementation of outcome-based education, NBA accreditations, and the establishment of an innovation and incubation cell at the college. In addition to his role at Purnima, Dr. Bundele is an active member of the IEEE Delhi section and ACM Jaipur professional chapter and has held various positions in research and development. He is in SMIEEE, senior member AC LMI STE, and member STD Com Tech. He has also been deeply involved in mentoring faculty and fostering a strong research culture within the academic community. We look forward to Dr. Bundele's insights, leadership, and continued contributions to the field of education and engineering. Dr. Bundele, sir.
Good morning, one and all. Honorable President of this university, Dr. H.P. Singh, Dr. S.S. Jain, Senior Advisor to the university, Registrar, Director of Icfai School, organizing team of this international conference on futuristic aspects of science and engineering, deans, heads, faculty members, and dear participants from in-house and outside across the globe. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to be here in this conference inaugural session and delivering a keynote. So I was told about to deliver a keynote talk in a conference. Normally in a conference, I talk about those things which generally are neglected, and hence, if you might have read the title of my talk, how to read and analyze a scientific research paper. might be very looking like very simple because nobody pays attention to this part. If I have to write a research paper, then I dig out about the publications in some good database, read some abstract and some conclusion part, and then write a summary of that part in while writing my review, my paper. When I have to select a problem, I am searching for somebody to guide me some problem. My guide should give me a ready-made problem, or my colleague or my friend or my somebody, some teacher should give the problem. However, this is a very wrong methodology. Unless you put in hard work, go into depth, try to dig out the problem on your own, you will not come out with a specific real problem with a real solution. And you will not create the capabilities. What is expected from the research is you are acquired with the skills and the characteristics of a researcher. Acquiring PhD doesn't mean that you are expert in the field. Acquiring PhD gives you the correct fulfillment of requirement of characteristics developed in yourself, which are required for a researcher. Guide never gives you the problem. If guide gives the problem, that is not a good practice. Guide can never give also. Guide can give only if there is some sponsored research project going on and some ready-made problems are there on which you have to work upon. Otherwise, the problems are to be digged out by the researcher himself or herself. If that process is not adopted, while then you will not be coming out with a good solution or good paper or good problem or good degree. After acquiring your degree, where from you are acquired your degree is not important, but what knowledge, what understanding, what skills you have developed during your PhD program, that is important, because that will feed you throughout your life rather than that degree certificate. So my concern is, generally you will see that I put that image also. It is very deep, because how to read and analyze a research paper, ये तो बहुत boring job है. So everybody feels it's boring. कौन पढ़ेगा पेपर, ट्रांजेक्शन पेपर 18 20 पेज 22 पेज IEEE ट्रांजेक्शन, survey paper 20-25 page, equivalent to one PhD thesis. One IEEE transition paper of 20-22 page is equivalent to one PhD thesis, because it is 10 size font, single spacing, and a bigger size of paper. So one writing one review paper in a transaction, IEEE transaction, also you can publish a review paper. If you have a good, strong review with you and you have gone into depth of all those papers, then you can really create a very good review paper which can give you throughout your life the go on increasing your index, H index, and citations and the contributions. Throughout your life, it will be referred by all the people working in those fields. So this becomes, I am giving more background and will be going faster. Well, your anchor has told that Einstein has said that you should not stop asking questions. So questions may be coming from your side in between also. You can also ask. And this is also the set of questions only, I would say. Whatever. So next. So I think the object, these are the discussion points, very brief, but next. So what is scientific research paper? Scientific research paper is the original contribution by somebody. It is the addition of knowledge to the existing stock of knowledge. Now, existing stock of, how will you define it? Is it the stock of knowledge in the ICFAI University? Is it the stock of knowledge in the Jaipur library? Is it in India or is it global? It is a global database. So on the problem you want to work upon, it will be novel problem only if, or unique problem only if it is globally unsolved. So that is the ideal definition of any research paper would be that it is the addition of new knowledge to the existing stock of knowledge. The research papers may be a journal paper, it may be a transition paper, it may be a conference paper, it may be a concert paper. Concert paper can also be a very good paper, but unless you go through large number of, give the reference of large number of old works and devise with new concept, your own concept, it cannot become a good concept paper. The concept paper can be very short also. So, and the review paper or survey paper, as I told you, that can be very long paper also. So, this is the general structure of any journal paper or conference paper. All of you are knowing the headings. We read the headings. When we have to refer any paper, we read the headings and some important part in those paragraphs, in those sections. Rather than going through each sentence, each word, any research paper, a good research paper I am talking about, if I talk about the IEEE level of journal paper or translation paper, every line you will find that it is never repeated. Every sentence has its own meaning, it has its own link. Every line to line linkage is there, paragraph to paragraph linkage is there, page to page linkage is there, starting to end linkage is there. The problem is that we do not want to put in so much of efforts. My stress is always to the researchers, whether I was working in Purnima University as in R&D and when developed this kind of process there. So I never allowed. Unless this exercise is adopted in reality, I never allowed my students. Whether I worked in 25 years in Maharashtra or then from last 14 years in Purnima, I never allowed this practice. It has to be digested by the student. It has to be well practiced by the student. Then only they will be learning. And that's why the student to whom I taught 35 years back or 36 years back working in MNIT, they also remember me that what kind of project I did under the guidance of Bundele sir. What contents were taught by Professor Bundele in control system and how it was taught. So I taught 46 courses during my 39 years of service. Every time new subject. But you have to, what is required for the young minds, students, particularly students of UG, PG, PhD, those who are doing PhD, they are also a student. Those who are doing postdoc, they are also a student. Maybe somewhat more trained. If you say PhD students, little trained during masters. If you say postdoc, more trained student, rather than experts. If you have experience in working in different fields of engineering and science, and they get that kind of you can say the ideology or thought process which can think of generalization rather than compartmentalization. There is a compartmentalization, there was compartmentalization. We say that it is computer engineering, mechanical engineering, civil engineering. Now there is nothing like that. Although the AICT and the government and all those are following, slowly going through the multidisciplinary, saying that it is a multidisciplinary era. It will be converted to some new disciplines which will be coming in future, and there will be no name like electrical, civil, mechanical, electrical. Because any problem you see, it needs the solution with respect to all disciplines of engineering. No discipline can be left out. It requires civil engineering solution, it requires mechanical engineering solution, it requires, if you have to make it a product level, if you have to reach to the product level. Otherwise, in innovation and incubation, what we do is, we are developing a prototype, we are neglecting civil and mechanical aspects, asking somebody to design the prototype and that mechanical part and all that, taking some ready-made, but it is not complete unless you have the overall understanding. So next, so there is a the important requirement is that reading and analyzing the research paper, you must read and analyze. Identification of gaps, definition of gap is very difficult. How do you define gap? I am elaborating here more so that I will be going faster in the further slides. Where is the actual process? Gaps. How do you define gap? I define gaps. For any problem, there has to be one ideal solution. So we have to look at the ideal solution, and we have to look at the works done by different authors, researchers at the top level in recent past. So we will be able to see the gaps between ideal conditions as well as the existing. All those becomes the gaps. And every aspect of engineering, whether civil, mechanical, electrical, electronics, computer, they can see their problem in the same problem and resolve that problem. Try to resolve that problem. That is the gap. So originality has to be in writing. So unless you work hard, read out many papers, you will not be able to understand how will you write your paper. What will be the sequence? It is a story you have to write. Research paper writing means a story writing. Now how that story has to be sequenced, that is important. And how that capability of thought process or thinking about the story will come into your mind unless you go through the large number of research articles of the same problem. That story will not come in your mind. Repeatedly you will be studying, going through the depth of, to what depth that we'll see. Unless you go do that, it will not be useful, or you cannot come out with originality in writing. You will always copy some paragraphs or take some paragraph from ChatGPT, as your president already told. Or of course we have to use ChatGPT like tools. Rather, the computer engineers must be capable of developing this kind of tools, ChatGPT like tools, or utilize ChatGPT like tools to develop some other AI tools. That will be your contribution. So critical analysis is very important. Now what is the meaning of critical analysis? Critical analysis means we always stick to what, why, where, how. We don't stress upon, or we at the most who, but we don't stress upon why, how. So why, how, these are the questions related to the critical in analysis. For everything, if there is a question in your mind, why it's happening, how it can happen further, unless it is synthesized, you cannot have a critical analysis process. We in paper, we have to write the analysis of, it is there, result analysis. We are giving the tables, we are giving the paragraphs, we are giving the bar charts, and we are writing that such and such, this is the value of the efficiency, this is the value for this is the trend, that at the most, I was talking about the trend. We are not talking about the why it is less, why it is more, why trend is like this, what are different causes that must be there, because of that it is happening. Even if we write very shortly. So for that matter, you have to refer Scopus, at least journals or conference papers, Scopus database or SCIE database, or other, like now there is Q1, Q2 and all that. So that means good database if you refer, then you will be able to understand. But understanding the good research paper is very difficult task. That's why this process is developed. Next. I already talked. So 3+ stage, I always talk. I have taught to my master's, doctoral students from last 10, 12, 15 years. And with in depth, everybody had to work like that on one paper. My master's students used to review around 100, more than 100 papers during 4 semesters time, and my PhD student had to do a review of 150 papers in the beginning only before writing the synopsis, thesis proposal. So that was that kind of, every paper had to be worked out with this process. So stage 0 is get a feel. You have to just get a feel whether that paper is of your use or not. Then get the big picture. Little more you have to know about it, what it with what it deals with. Then get the details. If it is of your use, if it is of your choice, if falls in your in the range of your problems, then you can get the details. Then if all those papers are selected along with the details which falls in your problem area, then evaluate those details. Evaluate means you have to, what is the meaning of evaluation? We take certain values, put the values in the formulae and get the answer. That we normally call as evaluation. Evaluate. So those formulas are not there. Those formulas has to be in your mind. So whatever information you have prepared, it has to be in the comparative mode with some common parameters and the same problem. If not same problem, same precise question addressed. You will come across precise question addressed in the further slides. There I'll explain you what is that. So evaluate those details and then synthesize those details. Synthesize. How can these be further extended? How can these two methodologies can be clubbed? How can these variables can be clubbed? How can these different issues can be handled together? Synthesization. What new technique, how this technique can be modified further? Synthesization. This is all about this process, which I will go through in brief, and then you will have an idea of the process. So get a feel, just you have to just read within 2 to 3 minutes abstract and conclusion and understand what it tells about. The abstract and conclusion, you will come to know that whether that paper is of your use or not. What problem it deals with, what's work has been done, and what has been achieved. At least that will be there, available there. So with that problem, you will be able to identify, yes, it is taken or throughout, like that. So you can do that, and that takes around very short time for scanning. It is just like scanning. You have to read the paper, this abstract, title and conclusion, and go ahead. Next. Again, next. Next. So how to get big picture? Get a fill, I told you. Just read title, read abstract, read conclusion. See at the most subsection headings, and decide whether that paper is of your use or not. If that is of your use, then get the big picture. How can you go and get the big picture? You have to go in depth of title, abstract, introduction, conclusion. Now, introduction generally gives the connectivity to the problem to the previous work. Specifically, big papers or good research papers, you will find a literature review separately also. But in a motivational way, what is the motivation of that paper? And what is the background of that work? That is shortly explained. You will get some, without going into depth and cracking your mind, you can just know. Because if you select 400 papers, out of that you will find 100 papers. After scanning 400 papers, some 100 papers are useful for you. That's why this process. So if that process is done, maybe around 2 pages content you have to read, and then you will come to know precisely that this paper, this problem is relates to my thought process or my problem area, or what I can select or what I thought about. So this is getting the big picture about that. Next stage, so it is the reduction of number of papers which you are going to finally deal with. So it is next. Next is how to get the big picture. These are the questions which should arise in your mind when you read the abstract, conclusion, introduction. These answers to these questions are available there. Like, what research area, subtopic does the paper fall under? You have to think about. The problem is, I have faced, you cannot understand, the student cannot understand what is the problem area and what is the problem. The difference between this. The problem is told as the problem area. So changing your thought process or orientation of thought process in that direction is very important. For that you have to exert, for that you have to consult the expert, for that you have to discuss with others, discuss among yourself, then only those ideas are clear. What problem does the paper attempt to solve? What is the motivation of this problem? Now, motivation and justification, these are the two important words I'll come across later. What is the why is this paper needed? What is the necessity? What key contribution does the paper claim? Writing theory, writing in English words is the contribution? No. What is the key contribution? Key contribution, something new algorithm is given. That is the contribution. If some new methodology or technique is developed, that is the contribution. Experimental work is the contribution. Maybe that is a labor work you have done. Collecting data is the contribution. Analyzing that data is the contribution. Interpretation of data is the contribution. Not that what you have written is your contribution. So if you do these things in a specific way precisely, then it is the you will have the your contribution. Otherwise, there is no contribution in your paper. Broadly, how does the paper solve the problem? How do author defend the solution? You have to defend your solution also in the paper, that how it is justified at every statement. And further, you have to give some connectivity to other works, other relevant parallel work, who has worked in the same scenario, same experimental scenario, same constants, same database, same parameters, same variables, for the same solution. What category of paper is this? Next. So get the details. What kind of details you can get? You can prepare a Excel sheet, and questions to this answer, the answers to these questions can be written there. What problem does the paper attempt to solve? This kind of details. What is related work? What are the gaps? What is related work and gaps specified by the author in that paper for solving that problem, not your. So while reading a paper, author must give there that these are previous works and these were the gaps. Normally you will find 1 or 2 sentences or 3 sentences about that, that this finally these are works and finally these were the lacunas or deficiencies or like that, and then that's why I have taken this problem. That kind of, but in detailed literature review section, you will find each paper analyzed in depth and deficiencies noted. The good journal paper, review paper, or you will find in depth to the answer to this question. What contribution does the paper claim? Like idea, technique, proof, surprising result, etc. How does the paper solve the problem? How do author defend the solution? So where it can be found, that is also written. I am not going to depth. So in which part of the paper you can find this solution to these questions, and that those needs to be taken out, abstracted, and then go ahead. Next. So out of suppose 400 papers scanned in the beginning, 100 papers selected as a stage 1, say details extracted in stage 2, that is the get details. We have to go next. So this is evaluate the details. Now evaluate the details. Now what kind of details? Not only the answers to these questions. If I have selected a problem, if I am from computer engineering domain, if I am electronics engineering domain, if I am from mechanical engineering domain, civil engineering domain, according to domain I will select a problem. And accordingly I have selected a set of research papers. So for all those 100 papers selected, there must be some problem, common problem. Now I am not 100% sure that all are having same problem. If I talk about same problem, all those 100 papers should address the same question. Same question means same precise question addressed. And same precise question addressed cannot be same in all 100 papers. In 100 papers also you will find a deviation. Deviation like somebody has attempted to improve the efficiency, somebody has attempted to improve reliability, somebody has attempted to reduce the cost, somebody has so different parameters. So I have to separate out those according to the precise question addressed will be the specifically solved problem. What is the exact problem? That is the precise question addressed. So evaluate those details means according to that precise question addressed, you have to see starting from what inputs, what variables, what methodology for processing variables, what technique for further processing of variables, what are different stages of processing, what techniques What variations? What kind of experimental variations? What kind of results? What performance parameters? What is finally deviation in the outcome? So everything may be about 100 parameters you will find for a research, good research paper. A table of 100 columns. And if you jot down all those answers to those parameters or columns, is the research problem significant? Now, what is the significant problem? Problem is significant. If that problem is damaging, give or leaving you behind, or the society or the nation, because it is unsolved, then it is a significant problem, isn't it? Is this problem is a novel? Novel means unique. When it will be unique? If that problem has not been thought by anybody else or attempted by anybody else, then it is a novel or unique, otherwise not. So you have to write for each paper like this. Think about those among those hundreds only and find out whether it is novel or not. Whether the problem is novel or not, whether the significant problem is significant or not. Is the solution approach novel? Again, solution approach. Among the 100 solutions, whether that one paper solution is novel or not, unique or not. If everyone is unique, that means you have 100 solutions available, uniquely available. Like that. So there will be some similarity. So now you have to answer these questions with that thought process. Are the contributions significant? Contributions of the researcher is significant. Somebody has used very small data of some particular sector, some particular area, some geographical location, like that. Somebody has taken a wide covering data, global data, huge data, lot of variability, and then experiment it. So you have to think about that. So irrelevant whether in related to work is surveyed sufficiently or not, whether literature review has been done or not, have alternate approaches of solution been explored by the author, are the assumptions valid? There has to be assumption. Unless you assume certain parameters or normally we do not write. But we have to write that these are my assumptions. That doesn't show the depth of your thought process unless you mention. If you mention, then you have got the thought process about that problem and solution area of that problem. So are the claims valid? Whatever has been claimed is correct or not as per your analysis? Are the different parts of paper consistent? Are the figures, graphs and diagrams are precise? Does the paper flow logically? So these are the questions. If you give a thought in depth, you will be able to create a critical thinking process in your mind. Next. So ask the questions. Now you have prepared the comparison table of 100 papers with that huge 100 column data with answers to those questions, and now you have the synthesize, extend. How can you extend? What are some alternative approaches to address the research problem? Now it might be that 100 papers are dealing with 10 different precise research question addressed. Now you have to select one precise research question of that, and that deals with only 20-30 papers. So you have to think about that 20-30 papers now and see that which alternate process or approach among those 100 can be applied to your precise research question. So all those alternatives you have to think about, are there counter examples of our argument against the paper claim? Somebody is claiming like this, somebody has written opposite to that. So contradictory things. You have to find out contradictory things like that. And then you can summarize the paper like this. I'll not again set up those questions only. So how to summarize a research paper is also an art. Normally we are picking something, some sentences from abstract, some from conclusion, and then we are trying to complete about the summary. Next. The findings of a paper you can write that way. Questions, answer to these questions, as I have talked about. Set up some questions from there only. Next. You can combine these findings of different precise research question addressed together. That is combining the findings. And then next. After combining the findings, now while combining findings, you have to see the correlation, redundancy, and all that. Remove that. Make the precise statements. That will be the combination. Next. Write what are the strengths, means good works or positive points of works of 100 authors, and what are the weaknesses, deficiencies, and what are the gaps at last. Looking to the ideal solution of that problem, find out the gaps. You will find after reviewing 100 research papers, you have come across about 25 precise research questions address the gaps you have found out in all different directions. And then out of that, you have to select one only for your research. That is the next. Thank you. This is all about. I stress more upon this because this is very much essential. If young minds adopt this methodology, they will do very good in their career. They will do very good in their higher education. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you have any question, short questions or quick questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and thought-provoking address. Your vast experience, remarkable contributions, and deep expertise have truly enriched us today. We are grateful for the knowledge you have shared, which has provided us with a deeper understanding of the critical thinking, writing, and conducting research. So, thank you for gracing us with your presence and sharing your wisdom. Let us give him a big round of applause again. Now, as a token of our deepest appreciation and gratitude, I invite the organizing chair, Dr. A.K. Saini, Director, Icfai Tech, to present a memento to the esteemed patron of this conference, Professor Dr. H.P. Singh, VSM, Honorable President of the Icfai University, Jaipur. I request, sir, to present a memento and certificate to our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Mahesh Bundele, Principal and Director of Purnima College of Engineering, Jaipur. I now invite sir to present a memento to Dr. S.S. Jain, Senior Advisor to the Icfai University, Jaipur. I would also request sir present a memento to Dr. R. Nesamurthy, Registrar of the Icfai University, Jaipur. As we draw close to this inauguration ceremony, it is now my honor to invite Dr. Subhash Sharma to deliver a heartfelt vote of thanks, expressing our deep gratitude to everyone who has contributed to making this session a resounding success.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I started with good morning and reached to good afternoon. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen and touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get this opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. Honorable Chief Guest, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, respected delegates, heads of the institutes, fellow researchers, a good afternoon to all of you. It is both an honor and privilege to stand before you as we conclude the inaugural ceremony of this international conference on futuristic aspects in science and engineering. On behalf of the organizing committee and all the participants, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for being a part of this momentous occasion. Firstly, we extend our deepest thanks to our esteemed chief guest, Professor Dr. H.P. Singh, VSM, Honorable President of the University, whose invaluable presence and insightful words have set the tone for this conference. Your address has inspired us all and has truly reinforced the importance of collaboration and innovation in the future of science and engineering. We are equally grateful to our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Mahesh Bundele, Principal and Director, Purnima College of Engineering, Jaipur, whose thought-provoking talks have illuminated the pathways ahead for us in these ever-evolving fields. Your expertise and visionary perspective will undoubtedly fuel the discussion and research outcomes of this conference. My sincere gratitude goes to Dr. S.S. Jain sir, Senior Advisor of the University, Dr. R. Nesamurthy, Registrar, all heads of schools, administrative staff for your continuous support help to make this event a meaningful and success. Your commitment to fostering academic collaboration and research is truly commendable. We are also grateful to Professor A.K. Seni, Conference Chair and Director Icfai Take, for your relentless efforts and vision in shaping the direction of this conference. Your expertise and dedication to academic excellence have significantly contributed to the success of this event, and we appreciate your encouragement in creating an environment conducive and collaboration and learning. A sincere thanks to all the session chair, panelists, speakers who will be sharing their knowledge and experiences with us in the coming 2 days. Your contributions are vital to the success of the conference and to advancing the frontiers of science and engineering. Last, but certainly not least, I would like to express my gratitude to all the delegates, researchers, and students who have traveled from far and wide to be here with us. Your participation is what makes this conference truly international, and we are excited to embark on this journey of knowledge sharing with all of you. As we move forward, let us remember that the discussions and ideas exchanged during these 2 days conference, have the power to shape the future of science and engineering. I look forward to all the fruitful debates, collaborations, and breakthrough that will take place over the next 2 days. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. It requires meticulous planning and execution and an eye for details. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zone. I'm very much thankful to all my faculty colleagues and non-teaching staff members who always stand by us and motivate us. I feel proud and thank you for making this event a successful one. We wish you all a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your heartfelt words of gratitude. Your words truly acknowledge the efforts and contributions of everyone who played a role in making this ceremony a success. Once again, thank you all for being a part of this special occasion. We look forward to a productive and inspiring conference ahead. Now I invite all to stand in respect and join us in singing the national anthem.
गण अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जगति तरंगा शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Before we move forward with the next plenary sessions, I warmly invite everyone to come together for a group photograph. Let's capture this memorable moment as a token of our shared experiences and collaborations at International Conference on Futuristic Aspects in Science and Engineering. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We will now move forward with the next keynote session. I would invite the anchor of the session to welcome and invite the faculty coordinator, session chair, and the keynote speaker. I would like to request all the participants to stay back because we will start with the keynote session here only in seminar room number 016. We will start with the keynote session shortly. I would request all participants to join us in the keynote session in this seminar hall. We will start with the next keynote session in the seminar hall in 5 minutes. So I would request all participants to join us for the keynote session in 5 minutes. We will be starting with the keynote session now. I would like to request the student volunteers to kindly ask the participants to take their seats as we will be starting with the keynote session today. Student volunteers, please ask the participants. They must be outside in the foyer area. Please ask the participants to take their seats as we will be starting with our session shortly. I would like to ask the student volunteers once again to kindly ask the participants around the foyer area to take their seats as we will be starting with the session in just 2 minutes.
A very warm welcome to everyone present here today for this insightful invited talk. We are honored to have you with us today, Professor Nitesh Nayak, Managing Editor of Engineered Science, Publisher USA Scopus Q1, and Faculty of Engineering at Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Mahe, India. We also extend a warm welcome to our esteemed session chair, Dr. Neeraj Kumar Verma, and our dedicated faculty coordinator and convener of the conference, Mr. Sarvesh Kumar, and of course, a heartfelt welcome to all of you in the audience. To begin our program, I would like to introduce our distinguished session chair, Dr. Neeraj Kumar Verma. Dr. Verma is an assistant professor in the Department of Data Science at Manipal University, Jaipur. He holds a PhD in computer science, and his research focuses on advanced topics such as fuzzy logic, heuristic algorithms, data mining, and artificial intelligence. With over 20 years of experience, Dr. Verma has held academic and leadership roles, including head of department and research coordinator. He has been actively involved in international conferences, holding key roles such as session chair and conference chair. Dr. Verma has contributed significantly to academia, guiding numerous projects, delivering expert lectures, and curating innovative course content. He's also the author of books on IT in business and database management systems, and has published several research papers in Scopus and Web of Science indexed journals. His technical expertise includes programming in Python, database management with Oracle and MongoDB, and a strong interest in machine learning and neural networks. Dr. Verma's extensive experience and expertise in data science and related fields make him the perfect person to lead our session today. I now invite Dr. Neeraj Kumar Verma to the stage to welcome our speaker and introduce him to the audience.
Good morning, one and all present here. It's a privilege to introduce our speaker for today's Professor Nitish Nayak. Professor Nayak is a top 2% highly cited scientist by Stanford University elsewhere. He is an assistant professor at Department of Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering at Manipal Institute of Technology, MIT, Manipal, India. A position he is held since 2012. He is also the co-founder and CTO of Cruise Tech Lab Private Limited, a role he is held since 2019. Professor Nayak, areas of interest are quite diverse, spanning new product development, manufacturing engineering, material engineering, design engineering, and biomedical engineering. His expertise includes machining of materials, machine learning, healthcare informatics, composite materials, and finite element analysis. His current research focus on composite materials, biomedicines, additive manufacturing, engineering management, and application of artificial intelligence in healthcare. We are truly fortunate to have such a accomplished researcher and a innovator with us today. I now invite Professor Nayak to the stage to share the insights for today's lecture. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Neeraj, for that introduction. So you might have seen the topic what we are going to talk. I am going to talk today, and we are going to discuss improving research quality. Before I start, I thank the conveners and the organizing committee of International Conference on Future Aspects in Science and Engineering for making this platform where we discuss things and research together in science and engineering which is very important, okay, where we gather people to discuss rather than the objective of individuals. These days, what I observe is people come, okay, asking whether my paper is going to get published in Scopus indexed proceeding or not. Truly speaking, this should not be a platform where you ask the convener this first question. You should understand what type of researchers are they coming here. You meet them, you shake hands and understand and share your knowledge and expertise. That should be your objective when you attend an international conference. I hope everyone will use this opportunity, discuss, okay, not only attend a particular session, present their paper and go, but be there, discuss, share their knowledge and gain knowledge. That's what is more important. So improving research quality. Okay, why my paper is not getting published is the first question. I submit it and there is an editorial rejection. So I have put some points here in editor's perspective. Myself and my team, we run a couple of journals. I also represent publisher from USA. So wherein we have a couple of journals, 7 journals, all are top Q1 journals. Why it is important to publish a paper, and when you write a paper, what is important? Professor previously he mentioned few points, what to write, what not. Why it matters and why is it important? Okay, that's what I'm going to tell. So key points when you tell role of research in knowledge advancement. What you do, okay, what you present, what you publish is for knowledge advancement. So scientific understanding should be there. So your research should be driven by innovation and technology, and it should be foundation for the future research. That is the key aspect which you need to look into when you write a paper or you think about doing some research. Not that I will publish a paper, that's why I need to. I know there are KPIs put across to you, you need to achieve that. Okay, you have to run in the race. Okay, I have to do something more than my colleague. Yes, but do something of quality, automatically the praise and all the honor which you want to receive automatically comes to you. Do one paper of top quality, bring something innovative. When I say innovative and technology and scientific understanding, we have one simple paper written, okay, legal aspects of artificial intelligence in healthcare. That was the first paper which we wrote as a group, okay, which said what are the legal aspects on or legal and ethical considerations when you apply artificial intelligence in healthcare domain. I know you know what is the requirement you for your paper to get accepted is that from the data you do some filtering, make sure that the accuracy is 96%, 98%, 99%. You understand that, okay, the editor understands that it is 99%, then only my paper gets accepted. You are wrong. You should tell the fact, don't tamper the data, don't do the thing. What is the data which is available with you? Work on it and give the originality result. Tell that this is wrong. That is what the scientific community is looking at. Okay. Tell something which is not feasible, which is not correct. That also adds to research. Not that every time you have to show that results are great. Okay, that's what you need to look into when we say that there is a knowledge advancement. Getting good to that. Credibility and trust in research is important. What you are saying, what you are quantifying should be credible, and someone who reads, okay, it should be trustworthy. As I mentioned, okay, ethical considerations in healthcare. Now, applying AI, everyone wants to apply AI. Okay, different algorithms we will use on the same data set, tell that it is good. Okay, we told that, okay, you tell it, okay, doctors apply. Now, if something goes wrong, okay, taking your advice, I follow the same. I don't understand, as a doctor, if I don't understand what is AI, You are guiding him, telling that I know algorithms and use this method, this was the best. Now, who is responsible if something goes wrong by following your guidance? So that was the key aspect in that paper, which has more than 600 plus citations now and 350,000 reading. It's going on and on. Trust is very important. When you do your research, sincerity should be there and commitment should be there. So this is for young budding researchers and students also. Okay, coming and publishing is not only the important aspect. Okay, you need to concentrate and sincerely work on that small topic which adds novelty to the scientific research. So informed decision making is very important. Okay, influence on policy making. Your research should make sure that okay there is a policy makers understand. We are academicians here. Okay, we can be the foundation or a stepping stone for making policies. We are also part of the policy making. Okay, we can also participate because we have time and energy and resources available with us. We can equally contribute for policy making. So in the decision making and informed decision making and making the guidelines, frameworks, we should actively participate, and for this we should do some active research and so that our decisions are impactful. High quality research becomes very important to provide the solutions and strategies, develop these frameworks. Okay, reproducibility and validity. Any result which you tell, okay, or anything which you have presented in paper, it should be reproducible. Not that these days you might see that data availability statement is very important. What you have done, okay, they ask you whether the data is accessible to everyone, and you write commonly that it is available on request with the corresponding author, or you write that okay it is a freely available resource. Okay, in a paper always don't keep the jargons there. Okay, whenever you have presented your work, make sure that someone can use you. Okay, the algorithms you have used or the codes that you have used, make it available free to access. Okay, that's important. That's will give you the credibility. Someone else should be able to use it, reproduce the similar data and validate it. That's where your credibility increases. Okay, someone should able to get the same results. Hiding things doesn't work. So ensure that validity and accuracy in your findings and are reproducible in anyone's research. So reliable but not valid, valid but not reliable, and valid and reliable. You can see the figure there. So your research should be valid and reliable. So as I was mentioning, ethical responsibility in your research, you can see multiple things: moral, honesty, principles, choice, fairness, right, honor, and value. So upholding ethical standards is very important. Guidelines and practices for ethical. So when someone is contributing, okay, make him the part. Okay, you the equal respect. Might have seen author contribute these days which the journal asks for. So what contributions you have made? So what are the consequences of poor quality? The author should know rather than just publishing. Okay, and telling it to the world. Publishing is nothing but okay, you are telling okay, you have done something good, okay, or something you have found out. The world should know you have a platform where you can share. So publishing is nothing but sharing the information. You never know how many people are going to read and implement it. You should think that okay, entire world is going to read my work, entire world is going to follow what I have done. That should be your thought process, because you are putting it in the open forum to the people. Make sure that you don't present something wrong information. If you are wrong, okay, you accept. So we had a couple of papers where we published as a pilot study. Then later on, when we did further research on it, okay, we realized that, okay, we did a mistake. Now I know, okay, you withdraw the paper or write to the editor as erratum. People fear about it. Oh, my name is, I have withdrawn the paper. No, it's not. You write to the editor, because that is where you say that, okay, I did a mistake. Doing mistake is not a problem, but hiding it is biggest crime. Okay, because people are going to read. You tell that, okay, in the pilot study there was something wrong which happened with the small data set which we had used. However, when we used a larger data set, we found that these are few influencing parameters were wrongly cited earlier. Release the erratum. That shows your credibility. Okay, not that, okay, someone should blame you telling that, okay, you did a mistake. So when it is results, okay, there are, that is how you should be. Securing funding and support. This is most of the times which we have complained about, telling that I don't have funding, my university, and I'm not getting support. So these are few things which one should understand. There is always a funding if your research quality good. So you should try. Okay, unless you try and apply, there are several funding agencies which are ready to fund, and funding from the government and private agencies are also there. Collaborate with the people who has funding and do your research. Not say to yourself, I don't have funding, I am not able to do. So you will stay there. You will stay there. You will not grow until you collaborate. The trend now, you collaborate with other people. That's where this type of forums will help you. You'll find like-minded peoples who are working in a similar domain. Okay, he may have funding, he may have something, the similar domain of interest. You join hands and do your research. Until and unless you do this, okay, you don't think that university is going to give everything, okay, then only I can do research. They have set some KPIs. Okay, I am not able to do the research because I don't have funds. So you will be there on the same loop. Okay, you will not move ahead. So if you want to move ahead your wagon, then you should make efforts. Okay, write some good research uh, proposals, submit it to different agencies. One time you may fail, second time you may fail, but third time there is success. You should evaluate, just submit. Okay, it didn't get through. Okay, let me submit it to another agency. This is what people do when it is respect to paper or submitting to agency. Where did I go wrong? That's what you have to evaluate. I see many of the professors here. What do you do when you just find a rejection from a top quartile journal? What you do is, okay, immediately the next day, he might have given the comments, might have received some comments and reject it. But what you do is, okay, let me not correct it. Let me submit it to the next journal, which is of lower quartile. They may accept my paper. That's what is the general trend, but it shouldn't be. Our research group, generally what we do is, we submit it to the same journal, again telling that, okay, your inputs were valid. Okay, now we have incorporated your comments, but it is only you where I want to publish. This is what we write in the cover letter to the editor, telling that my research in your journal only. I am not interested in something other. Don't suggest me the journal. We know that our team, our research aligns your scope of your journal. So we want to publish there, okay, because we like you. That's how we should write and try to publish again. So societal impact is very important. How my research impact the society. Okay, doing research, getting publication, keeping it to myself is not what the world wants. People are seeing that sustainable development goals, all those are followed. Everything is on paper. Was surprised, Sarvesh, you didn't put any SDGs here. Generally, they put different SDGs on the flyers, posters. Whenever you do a conference, people don't know what is it. There are some 17 SDGs where UN says you just copy paste the logos there. It looks attractive. Okay, we'll go and see there. How many of you know these symbols? Might be you have used them. You have used them. All your research is these days are mapped to the sustainable development. Okay, we say that we want to protect our Mother Earth. Okay, our research is for the society and community. That's why they are all mapped for these SDGs. What is SDG? Most of us don't know. UN is saying there, US is not ready to follow them from US. UN is located in US. Okay, I am not following the carbon print policy. The US says that, but other developing countries should follow. There are logos, we put it everywhere, but we don't know what it is. That should not happen. So you can just look through if you don't know. Okay, there is a slide wherein it is telling what is 1, what is 2, what is 3. So our research, that's what they make or tell that, okay, when you do a research, your research should be aligned to, not all, obviously you cannot align it to all 17 SDGs, but however, make sure that okay, these are your research should be guiding research priorities based on this. If you are using Scopus or Skywall, okay, if you go to your profile, you can see these days that all your previous research or a published paper. So it automatically picks based on the keywords there on your research, which is the SDG, which is mapped to. Just try to understand because okay, whether it is really mapping it rightly or wrong, why it is important to know it is very important to an individual because fostering policies, equity, inclusiveness, monitoring and measuring for research, these things they do with the key perspective telling that it is for benefit of the society. I don't put my house name, I don't put my house address when you publish the university are doing some as a research group, and the research should not be for individuals benefit, it is for the world. That's what it says. So types of impact you can see here: economic, environmental, political, health, cultural, academic. Today we are talking about science and engineering. There is cultural impact also of the research, the academic impact also, economic impact. Some of the research, maybe it's a generic slide which I have put. When you are high quality research, when you are presenting, it should have impact. The future of research and potential to change the world. Power of research, you can read that, driving innovation, solving the most pressing challenges. You can see that these days hackathons are developed by different companies and your government agencies wherein students participate and they drive some innovations. Okay, this is to train and motivate the young budding engineers or youth, okay, to orient themselves towards this innovation so that okay, which are the most pressing challenges are addressed. So most of the times in hackathons you can see the problem definition is given, framed. It's not that generally it is given. Okay, there is lot of groundwork which happens. Okay, they decide on what are the pressing challenges the nation will be suffering. So based on that, okay, it is a healthcare segment. There are healthcare hackathons which are done, and specific diseases are something related to organizations or healthcare setups are addressed there in hackathons. So your research should be the vision for the future. Imagine the world where every piece of research contributes sustainable development, improved health, and technological advancement. So it's if you don't have the health, all these things not good. Nothing is going to sustain. You are spoiling the Mother Earth. You are spoiling your entire nation. Okay, releasing effluents, all those things. The name of development. Okay, not see the future. Okay, your future should be safe, and your Earth, Mother Earth, is not only for you to live. You know, everyone, that I am going to live for 70 years. I am going to live for 100 years. Some may think I am going to live for 1,000 years. No one, I think now, at least now, 100 may be the maximum cap, but we have our future generation to come, for which all our research should be aligned to the sustainable development, and the technological advancement should be for them, and it's our collective responsibility. I and you cannot only decide upon all these things. Until I speak here and close my laptop and go, my talk is over. Few people listen, and okay, sir told something. Next 5 minutes it will be there in my mind, and it will go off. I know this is what is going to happen, but that is not the reality. It should be, there should be integrity, quality of research, which, and it's our collective responsibility. So there should be passion for what we are doing, and there should be a dedication. I'm representing few journals. We are honored to be partnered with ICFAISE conference. We have few our journals. They are participating as a publishing partner for this particular conference. So selected papers and extended papers, we welcome you to submit here. The motto of our journal is, okay, you submit, we do hand holding of most of the researches, the topic aligns first. If not, we also tell that, okay, these are the mistakes which you have done, okay, and we then reject. We don't simply reject. That is our policy, wherein we tell or guide the researchers, telling that these are few drawbacks in your research. If you want to address, you address and resubmit. IEEE also does the same policy. They have 1 or 0. They reject and tell that resubmit with the comments. What is the drawback? That is more important in the field of research. Tell that, okay, your research is lacking in, because it interests many people. So that is what is our motto also as a publisher here. We have 7 journals which have couple of new, general and chemistry, sustainability, quantum nano are the new ones started last year. So thank you very much for your time. I try to keep it crisp. So if you want to discuss more, I am always available here. We can discuss, collaborate, and do something new things together. Okay, thank you very much. That is what you have to tell. This is what, okay, many mathematical submissions will come to our journal. Okay, we are a multidisciplinary journal. We accept mathematical papers also. But we tell one thing, as soon as you submit, we unsubmit it and tell that all are formulas. Where do I apply in the real time situation? That's what you have to tell, because tomorrow when I publish, most of the readers like to understand where I am going to apply these in real time situation. At the end, okay, a section should be mandatorily given with an case study or an example. Where do we apply these? And simple example of your all mathematical formulations which you have presented. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense most of the times. Okay, mathematicians will understand. The common man, okay, it's mathematics and physics. Every field, engineering, which we are talking about, mathematics, science is mathematics, and physics, which we are talking about. But I, as a mechanical engineer, or I, as an industrial engineer, I should understand. Okay, this can be used something like this. We study basics, yes, but if you guide, okay, that is what leads to multidisciplinary. You and I should collaborate. You should make me understand that with a case study or some example in your paper, it can be applied here, which gives me a direction, okay, telling that, okay, why not use it this particular field on similar lines. If you don't tell that, it is incomplete. The loop is not complete for all, for all fields. So mathematician will understand, but others will not. That's where the readability will not increase. If you give that loop and complete that loop, your readership, okay, of your paper will increase, because it opens an platform or an arena for all people to read through it, to understand where they can pick your research and apply. So it's basically the application. The computer science engineers are using so many algorithms, Python, all those coding. Yes, where do you apply? You can apply the same thing in automobile engineering. You can use the same thing in healthcare. You can use the same thing in the infotainment system. There are so many areas and application fields. But whenever you do research, advised for an individual that give the particular application, give them others, the readers, the direction where it can be applied. Any other questions? That I see many of the papers these days wherein they used open source forums where there's data, they use it and try to publish some paper. Authenticity of the data where you are picking from, okay, is very important when someone shares the data also. The person who is sharing the information also, okay, most of the times he will give, okay, his information from where he has collected and what it is. Most of our researchers, we don't go with tertiary based online resources. We make sure that we collaborate. If it is a healthcare data, we will collaborate with the recognized organization or the community where they have this particular data set, or collect the data set. It may be small, but you are not giving the wrong direction. Okay. So if you are collecting somewhere or made available, it becomes my or his responsibility also to give proper data when it is put on an open source platform. Okay, tampering the data, giving something, generating. I know you can generate a lot of data. There are multiple models now which can generate, okay, on similar basis, but your core data should be Most important, okay, in such cases, okay, data collection is the major thing which one needs to do. You should, okay, if it is a PhD research scholar, taking from a Kaggle and doing it is not advisable. Or if he is doing with some data which is already available, it should be something methodology which an individual is focusing on to give a direction. Okay, so people have used 1 2 3 methodology. You give something a different methodology to address the problem. Okay, it need not be that your results are great. Okay, as a editor we see that, okay, how different is your methodology and the practice or the research approach which you have presented there. Okay, we don't generally see on the data which you have picked. Okay, because if there is no authenticity for the data, okay, no one is there to confirm that particular data is valid, then it becomes little difficult. Okay, but we honor the efforts of an individual which he has put into. Also, okay, whenever you present such type of studies, okay, you always need to cite what others have done, put it in a table, 1 2, this way they was the approach, and how different was your approach, okay, which interests people, not that your results. We are not confident on your results. You are just giving a different methodology. If you have used the same methodology which earlier someone has presented, then there is no novelty. So someone is presenting the approach as different. So that approach is honored, okay, or respected, telling that, okay, he has tried to follow or guided something differently, which can lead to the same solution. Thank you very much. Everyone is hungry for the lunch. I think we'll catch up.
Thank you, Professor Nayak, for that enlightening and thought-provoking presentation. We are truly appreciate you sharing your expertise with us. I would like to request Dr. Verma if he would like to share his thoughts on Professor Naik's talk. Okay. I now request Dr. Neeraj Kumar Verma to kindly present us certificate of appreciation to Professor Nitesh Naik for his valuable contribution. Thank you, Dr. Verma. And now I request Mr. Sarvesh Kumar, our faculty coordinator and convener of the conference, to present a memento to Professor Nitesh Naik as a token of our gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Professor Naik, we are deeply grateful for your presence and your insightful talk. Thank you, Dr. Neeraj Kumar Verma, for chairing the session so effectively. Thank you, Mr. Sarvesh Kumar, for your coordination and hard work in making this event a success. And finally, thank you to all of you in the audience for your participation. This concludes this talk for today. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lata. I would like to now announce that we break for lunch now. I would request the delegates to proceed first, followed by the students. Lunch is served right outside the foyer area. I would request the delegates to proceed first, followed by the students. Thank you. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. We will be starting with our next keynote session in 5 minutes. So I would like to request all the student volunteers to please invite the dignitaries to the main seminar hall 016. In 5 minutes, we'll be starting with our next plenary session. We will be starting with our next plenary session in 5 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. We will be starting with our invited talk session shortly. I request all the student volunteers to kindly invite all dignitaries in the seminar hall, and I would like to ask all the students to take their seats and please put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibration mode. We will start with the session shortly. Good afternoon, everyone. A warm and heartfelt welcome to everyone gathered here for an insightful invited talk session. We are privileged to have with us Dr. Shunil D. Purohit, Associate Professor of Mathematics at Rajasthan Technical University, Kota, India. A special welcome to our esteemed session chair, Professor Dr. Jugal Kishore Prajapat, and our dedicated faculty coordinator, Dr. Pramod K. Arya, Head Mechanical Engineering, Icfai Tech, the Icfai University, Jaipur. And of course, a sincere welcome to each one of you in the audience. We truly appreciate your presence. To begin our program, I would like to introduce our distinguished session chair, Professor Dr. Jugal Kishore Prajapat. Professor Prajapat, an esteemed mathematician, has been serving as a professor of mathematics at the Central University of Rajasthan since 2017, bringing with him 24 years of teaching experience across various institutions. He has held prominent administrative roles, including Head of the Department of Mathematics and Dean of the School of Mathematics, Statistics and Computational Sciences at Central University of Rajasthan. His research focuses on complex analysis, harmonic mappings, and special functions, and he has successfully led multiple research projects as a principal investigator with funding from ACRB, NBHM, and UGC. With 76 published research papers and the supervision of 4 PhD scholars, he has made significant contributions to the academic community. His research is featured in renowned journals such as Journal of Mathematical Analysis and Applications, Complex Variables and Elliptic Equations, Applied Mathematics Letters, Computers and Mathematics with Applications, among others. A referee for over 50 reputed journals, he is widely respected for his expertise. He has also been instrumental in organizing prestigious conferences and workshops, including the Conference of the Ramanujan Mathematical Society 2000, Rajasthan Science Congress 2018, and the workshop on planar harmonic mappings and quasi-conformal mappings 2018. Additionally, he serves as a member of the Board of Studies in Mathematics at various universities, contributing to curriculum development and research advancement in the field. Professor Prajapat's extensive experience and expertise in data science and related fields make him the perfect person to lead our session today. I now invite Professor Dr. Jugal Kishore Prajapat to the stage to welcome our speaker and introduce him to the audience. So,
for such a nice introduction. So very good afternoon. So today our next speaker is Professor D. Purohit. Presently he is professor at Rajasthan Technical University, one of good friend, and he served at various administrative positions such as Associate Controller of Examination, Associate Dean, Academic Affair, Associate Dean Applied Science and Public Relation Officer at RTU Kota. His academics that he did his MSc and PhD in mathematics from Jain Vyas University, Jodhpur. And also during his MSc, he has awarded University Gold Medal, being as a topper of MSc Mathematics, and also awarded JRF and SRF from CSIR. Also, he did postdoctoral fellowship at Lebanese American University, Beirut, Lebanon, since 2006-2014. In addition, he worked as Associate Professor of Mathematics at CTAE, Maharana Pratap University of Agriculture and Technology, Jaipur. He has 20 years of teaching and research experience. His research areas including are special functions, fractional calculus, computational mathematical techniques, mathematical modeling, mathematical biology, geometric functions theory, integral inequalities, and fluid dynamics. And I'm very happy to share one news is that he has been awarded from Stanford University, USA poll as one of top 2% scientists worldwide in terms of both career log and single year effect in the field of applied mathematics. So, in addition, he has published 10 books, 10 book chapters, and more than 260 research papers. Very big number. In addition, he is member of the editorial board and guest editor of the a number of international mathematical and interdisciplinary journals. We are very fortunate to have such a researcher today with us. So now I am inviting Dr. Sunil D. Purohit at this stage to deliver his talk. Yeah.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer of this international conference and also to my chairperson, Prajapati sir. Today we are here to discuss the future aspect of science and engineering. As your president of Icfai University already mentioned that nowadays we could not make research in a single stream. We have to make some interdisciplinary research only, then we will be getting some good results. So this particular presentation may be a example of that particular relation. So today we will be going to discuss the mathematical modeling which bridge the relation with the real world applications or real world problems, issues, particularly in terms of the biological problems. So as a outline, we will be discussing first what is modeling, then particularly what is mathematical modeling, how we will be using those mathematical modeling and how we can create a model, what are the limitations, what are the advantages of that. Then particularly we will discussing some examples of mathematical modeling in terms of mathematical biology, including the model related to the disease, some drug diffusion model will be there, human liver model is also there, some examples of economic or example for economics also will be there. Then we conclude the session. So first of all, what is modeling? So modeling is a simple description of the problem, whatever be the problem in real world or any kind of engineering or scientific problem. If we are giving a simple description for that problem, that will be the model. So we can say simple description of a system or process for calculating or predicting what might happen. क्या होने वाला है, क्या हो सकता है. So that can be decided by a simple model. We can also say modeling is the process of creating a representation of a system, object, or idea in order to investigate, understand, or analyze its behavior. Professor Bundele also says that research is not investigation of a novel thing. The interpretation of a problem, the analyzing a problem, whatever we do with the problem, that can be considered as a contribution. So in that case, mathematical modeling is also a novel contribution for real world problems. Then one more question in our mind, why we have to use the model? So there are so many examples and statement for that. So there are some types of modeling is there. Initially, we have considered the mathematical modeling only because I am the student of mathematics. Then some statistical modeling is also there. Physical modeling is also there. Computer modeling, 3D modeling, conceptual modeling, process modeling, behavior modeling, and many more type of modeling is there. Today, we will be discussing only on the mathematical modeling. What is mathematics? Simply, there is no simple definition of the mathematics. As much the simple is mathematics. Am I right? But everyone is seeing my face like mathematics is a big problem. Mathematics is so simple, but we have to understand the mathematics only. So there are so many famous quotations we have with the mathematics. Mathematics is not about number, equations, computations, or algorithms. It is about understanding. What is the problem? If we are understanding the problem, that is the mathematics only. The essence of mathematics is not to make simple things complicated, but to make complicated things simple. Mathematics is the language in which God has written the universe. So these are the major quotations related to mathematics. Obviously, when we are doing or talking about the mathematics, we have to remember Sakuntala Devi. So she also made some quotations related to this. She is a famous writer and also known as human computer. So she also says mathematics, what is mathematics? It is only a systematic effort of solving puzzles posed by the nature. Whatever be the problem, we can solve that problem with the help of mathematics only. Without mathematics, there is nothing you can do. Everything around you is mathematics. Everything around you is. So these are some famous quotations. Why is mathematical modeling required? So basically, we are giving a mathematical relation or mathematical expression to our real world problem. So the concept of mathematics, if we are using to represent a particular problem, that is called the mathematical modeling only. So simply, if we have some real world phenomena or problem with us, and we are writing some mathematical equation for that, that will be the mathematical model only. So according to Blum, there is a famous quotation, and uh, he has given in his paper, mathematical model and modeling are everywhere around us, often in connection with powerful technology tool, preparing students for responsible citizenship and for participation in social development require modeling competency. So if students are prepared to be uh, or they have some skill to develop the mathematical modeling, then they are a responsible social person and they will be grateful or successful in their life. These are some reasons that require the mathematical modeling. We are just skipping that. Okay. So this is the framework of our mathematical modeling, how we have some problem, how we can create a mathematical model, then what will be the process. So in this flow chart, you can see in left hand side, we have the real world problem. Whatever be the problem, we call that as a real world problem. Okay. So first of all, we have to create a real world model corresponding to that, because every problem cannot be solved by seeing that particular problem. If we want to create a bridge, we cannot say that this much of amount we require of a cement, this much of amount we require for this particular quantity, and start this process. No, we have to create some calculation, we have to create some model for that, then only we will be getting the result. So initially we should create a real world model, then by using the characteristics associated with that, that may be the variable, that may be a parameter or any kind of constants, we can create a mathematical model. Mathematical models are nothing but the mathematical equations only. Those may be differential equations, those may be differentiation, integration, whatever be the mathematical expression, that can be considered as a mathematical model. After getting the mathematical model, our role comes in the picture. The mathematics person come in the picture, and we can get the solution. And after getting the solution, the scientists, the engineers, the medical persons, they can conclude their problem in their respective issues, and that may be correlate with the real world data. I have given a simple example here. The students may understand the concept of mathematical modeling. If I say we want to distribute 100 rupees in two persons such that one will get 20 rupees more than the other one. So basically, we simply use the mathematical model here. You can see the constant which we have given in the problem, that can be considered as variable or parameter. If we use some parameter, the simultaneous equations can be obtained as x plus y equal to 100 and x equal to or y equal to x plus 20. After solving this particular system of linear equation, we will be getting the solution as x equal to 40 and y equal to 60. So this is not the solution. This is not the conclusion. The conclusion will be the first will get 40 rupees and other will get 60. So the conclusion can be created by the the person who have created this model. But the mathematics uses this particular part of solution. And you can see, if we compare this particular model with a human body, then mathematics is also known as backbone of an engineer. You can see the mathematics uses to solve this system of equation, and that lower or middle part includes the human. If we compare this middle part with the human body, this is the backbone. So that's why engineers, the mathematics is known as backbone of engineer. Similarly, if you want to create any kind of mathematical model, there is a simple process. So first of all, you have to collect all the parameters related to your problem. So you have to identify your problem. Then model development. Translate your variables by using the constraint, by using the conditions you have. You can create the mathematical equations first. Then you make the solution for the model. After that, if your solution is aligned with the real data or it is matching with the data, your solution is okay. Otherwise, you make some modification and improve your model accordingly. So the validation should be there. You can validate your model with the real data. Then the interpretation as well as analysis. Okay. So there are different type of models are there, particularly in terms of mathematical modeling. The deterministic model is also there, in which the output is determined solely by the input. Whatever be the input we are giving, accordingly we will getting the output. So those type of equations which are related to this model is linear regression, differential equations. These are the mathematical equations which are following this particular rule. Then stochastic models are also there. So whenever the concept of uncertainty or probability comes in the picture, the model is related to the stochastic model. Static model is also there. So when we analyze a system at a specific point, so those type of model will be considered as a static model. And the linear programming, optimization models, they all are considered in this category. Then dynamic models are also there, in which we can analyze the system over the time, whatever be the time we consider, that can be calculated. Now there are so many applications of the mathematical modeling. There are number of examples, there are number of issues where we can apply the mathematical modeling. In engineering, structural engineering, fluid dynamics, control system. In physics, classical mechanics, quantum mechanics, electromagnetism. These are the few examples which I have mentioned, which are commonly used, or we all are aware with that. In biology, population dynamics, drug diffusion, human liver, epidemiology, I have mentioned particularly these one because we will be discussing on these examples only. Economics models are also there, that is supply and demand model. Environmental science, also climate change or climate modeling, population control or resource management. So there are so many areas in which we can apply the mathematics and get the result. So in the morning session, Payal madam has asked that where we can apply the mathematics. So I think these are the way where we can apply the mathematics to get the solutions or to help the real world or to help the society. Okay. So initially there are so many challenges. So we come to the question of Kalla sir again. He talked about the data, that whatever be the data we have, and we will be reliable on data and getting the result. So if any kind of error is there, the results are obviously getting some error. Okay. So these are some challenges which we have to make up with that. So model assumption is very much important challenge for that. Because if we are not understanding the characteristic of the problem and we are assuming some wrong parameter, wrong characteristic for that, then there will be some error in the mathematical model. So assumption for the complex problem for getting the accuracy, that is also a challenge. Data quality, that is the important part. If you have some error or some problem in the data, then obviously the model will having some problem or error and the result will also be getting parallel to that. Computational complexity. Sometimes the computation of a model is very difficult. If we create some model and that become a non-linear differential equation of higher order, so you have to be very careful about the creation of your model. If you create a complex mathematical model, then it will be very difficult to solve that. So these are some challenges. Obviously, model validation is there. If your model is not validate with the real data, then as a mathematics it is okay, but it is not a contribution to the society. It will not work for the society, for development and all. Okay. So now we consider some examples of particular mathematical modeling, and they will be very interesting. And if the initially persons interested to do research, these are the very good area in which nowadays the work or research is doing. We consider one example, that is spread of disease. I think all of us have aware with the number of disease we have, or particularly the COVID-19. So as a COVID-19, we have thousands of paper on this particular COVID-19. There is no counting for that. And out of thousands of paper, I can say 90% papers are from mathematics fraternity. And they have created the number of mathematical models and given their solutions. Okay. However, how much are exactly related with the data or exactly related with the present scenario, I cannot say. But the number of persons are working in this area, that is spread of disease. The COVID-19 is a simple example. There are number of disease which can be applicable to this particular model. So these particular types are considered as a compartment model. I think I again consider the comment of the previous discussions, that if we do the multidisciplinary research, here you can see we require the concept of mathematics, then we also require the concept of biology. If we do not know the concept or the particular biology of the problem, we cannot do the research. And then we also require the computation. If we cannot get the computational result or graphical results, then we cannot discuss the conclusion or the future scope for the research. So here you can see we have made the compartment for the same, and for creating the compartment, we have simply considered some assumptions. So no birth or death in the population during the disease outbreak. So no change in the death and birth is there. Similarly, the total population size remain constant. Infected individuals immediately become infected. So these are some assumptions which we have considered for our model. So this is the particular model. You can see SIR. So S indicates the susceptible persons or susceptible individuals, which are which is a total population of the particular sample, and then I indicating the infected persons. So this compartment includes the persons which are infected from a disease, whatever be the disease that is infected from it, and the transfer rate is denoted with the beta. And similarly, R compartment indicating the recovery rate or recovery compartment. So if an individual is recover from that disease, that will be goes with the R compartment. So total population is transferred to infected as well as to recover compartment. And the transfer rate for those persons is beta and gamma. So with these beta and gamma, obviously we are transferring something. So it is a rate of change. So rate of change is indicated in terms of the differentiation. So if we consider this model, then these are the three simultaneous differential equations. They are simple first order, first degree differential equations. So the very complicated term SIR is a simple system of first order, first degree differential equation. So these are the differential equations. We can solve these equations and then get their result. So here you can see the persons or individuals are transferring to another compartment. So the particular parameter beta involving with the minus sign, minus indicating the decay in the particular compartment. And then I compartment also having the person from the lower department, from S department. So beta will be positive and I gamma will be negative, because after recovery it will be transferred to the recovery compartment. So these are the three particular equations which can be considered as a SIR model. So this is a simple description for that, which we have already considered. If we consider a graphical representation for that, you can see in the beginning, the complete data or complete persons are available in the susceptible group. So in the beginning, initially susceptible group including the number of persons. After some time, the persons will transfer to the infected diseases, infected compartment as well as to the recover compartment. So over the time, it will be transferred to the another compartment. Initially, you can see in the infected compartment as well as in the recovery compartment, no persons is there. So after some time, it will be increasing with individuals. So this is a simple graphical representation. Now, what are the importance of this model? However, we have simply considered here the first order differential equations. But this particular model having number of applications.